I'm Juesto Enrico, host of Talking with Spanish People. Juesto being a Spanish word mean host. Does Juesto really mean host in Spanish? I doubt it, but it might. Why am I so That's the title of this live stream. Why am I so whatever? And the reason it's titled that is not exactly because I'm wondering why am I so whatever, but rather because I'm thinking of it in terms of a question rather than really a question I'm asking myself. I don't know exactly what the answer to the question would be were I asking myself that question, why am I so yeah, which I naturally will given that I'm asking the question in general. But Merry Christmas to everybody, exactly. Merry Christmas. I just thought it would be a good typology question to ask. If you had to give me one word regarding yourself in an answer to fill in the blank, why am I so dot dot dot? What would that word be? For me, I guess it would be hmm, I don't know, anxious, troubled. It's not that I'm necessarily always anxious or troubled. It's just that when I think of myself in terms of why am I so clocked in? Okay, well, it's supposed to be something negative, really, but that's fine, Manu John. Santa's brought you an endless fountain of positivity, positive self concept. You know, Merry Christmas, Carlos Paeva. Merry Christmas. But I'm wondering if there would be any linkage between the answer to that question and a person's type. Why am I so fill in the blank for yourself? Like, why am I so out of coffee? Just based on the thumbnail? I think it's an interesting question if you ask other people to fill in the blank about themselves, if you're typing them, that it might be informative. Probably it wouldn't be particularly informative, but I wonder what people would say. It would seem to me that to the extent it linked to somebody's functions, it would link by way of sixths, maybe eighth. Anybody have an answer to that question? What about for other people? Like, can you think about somebody else uh, you know that you go, why are you so meow? When you think about it. Merry Christmas. Happy Kwanzaa. Actually, I believe the technical expression that is preferred for Kwanzaa is Quasi Kwanzaa, as per an excellent episode of The Simpsons. Have a Quasi Kwanzaa. Um, Merry Christmas to all, and to all a good night. This is Christmas Eve, and this is the night that Santa flies through the sky with his sleigh, reindeer, bag of gifts, and list of children who would receive gifts from the bag rather than a piece of coal from his big bag of coal that he also must carry with him, presumably. You don't really see that represented very often in in like Christmas movies and stuff, but it's true. I'd ask the why am I so question, but I generally know the answer. I think probably most people do. They have some kind of sense of like, well, I think it's also interesting to note, like, would you answer the question differently on a short-term time frame than on a long-term time frame? Like, why am I so tired is very different than, you know, is very different than what I'm looking for. Uh, it's sort of a general life assessment of oneself. In general, why am I so? What's a question what's the kind of thing that's most likely to provoke that question in myself? Like, oh my God, Eric, why are you so? I guess number one thing would be procrastinating slash avoidant. You know, why am I so interested in aliens? Good question. Different kind of question. Today was weird, but police officers everywhere. Hopefully, Christmas won't be affected. Do you think they were arresting Santa Claus for breaking and entering? NORAD's Santa trackers say Santa was last seen San Carlos de Bariloche, Argentina, heading for Santiago, Chile. Wow, he really gets started early on Christmas Eve, huh? Well, I tell you what we can do. What I know from all the movies is that when Christmas is really under siege and at risk, what we need to do is have a lot of Christmas spirit and or Christmas cheer. So maybe I'll play a few Christmas songs on the guitar intermittently between periods of talking. Here Lamb gets the question, why do I always feel sad? Why do I make things get sad? So sad, so sad, so very sad, so blue, so very blue. Vincent Gallo from the song So Sad. Well, that makes me feel more compassion towards him, actually. Are the police out in force around there because of shoplifters or pickpockets, given the holiday shoppers with fat wallets? Asks Winston's mom. Uh, the answer is I don't know, but Diamond may. So earlier today, I had a conversation with my aunt, and it was like exactly what I needed to hear. She was wonderful. I came to understand that I'm kind of freaking out about this for no good reason. Like, she's got one living child, multiple grandchildren, and now a third great grandchild came. You know, here I have been like super fretting about, feeling guilty about, stressing about the funeral thing, burying my parents. And what she told me was basically, well, I'm not going to go to the funeral regardless. I don't travel really anymore. And you need to stop stressing about it. You just bury them whenever you feel it's time to do that. There's no rush whatsoever, Eric. You should just relax about the whole thing. And I was just like, oh my God. I was like in tears, obviously. So that's what she told me, basically, don't feel guilty. Everything's fine. You bury your parents on your timetable, not on anybody else's. And I'm not going anyway. So don't worry about it. It was unbelievable. They were standing as if they were guarding a couple of specific locations. Well, they may be afraid of one of those mobberies that have occurred in recent history, where like a bunch of thieves get together and they all rob a store at the same time. I've seen a couple of things on TV about those, and the cops are trying to deal with it, I guess. It's a shame, but that's, it's like there's always been, and probably always will be, a certain amount of crime. It does go up and down, and and right now feels like, you know, it's actually crime in general has gone down, like crime against individuals, but uh, it gets more publicity. In this particular instance, why am I so coquettish? Excellent question, Ruben. Excellent question. Why am I so coquettish? Well, I think it's just a natural, irrepressible part of who I am. Um, I like to flirt as a tree nymph flirts. That helps me succeed. Anyway, after my big emotional colon blow this morning, and really, there are still a lot of car chases in LA. Car chases by CHPs around LA. There seems to be one almost every night. Jimmy Kimmel was even talking about them. They live stream them on YouTube. Well, Los Angeles has always enjoyed car chases, okay? And in general, there's a rule that if there's a car chase on TV, on the news, that you should stop whatever you're doing and watch the car chase. I think it's just like, it's super exciting breaking news or something. Sometimes they go on too long, but usually it's like an action movie in real life happening. So, no, I don't remember that song, Hero Limb. But I remember this bong. It's the one I was hitting just a little while ago. And I believe it is, additionally, the one that I'm going to put to use right now. Wave. Are you talking about 94.7 The Wave, smooth jazz? That's a little backloggy. Yeah, well, I don't know much about gang violence, but I do know about the heartless violence perpetrated upon you by a clogged one of these. It's spiritual violence perpetrated by this thing on me. Let's get spiritual, spiritual. You wanna get spiritual. Why did I put off calling her so long? Isn't that what you said earlier? Yeah, I did put off calling her for fucking many months, ridiculously. And was incredibly stressed about it, right? And it was like weighing on me for a long time. And then today she called and I resolved that this was gonna be the day when he called back. And then she just, I do like her. She's nice. Yeah, absolutely, she's nice. Yeah, we had a great phone call and it basically resolved all my concerns. I realized, oh, I'm just sort of fretting over nothing because she's got a huge family and is busy doing all kinds of things all day long, it sounds like, you know? So, yeah, she may be the only link to my parents, and like, she's my only other blood relative besides Delilah. But she's, because I mean, like, she adopted her kids, so they're not technically related to me by blood. But she doesn't care about that distinction at all, and I'm not even remotely her only relative. And even though I'm like the only link directly to her dead brother, most direct link to her dead brother, she's got lots of other family. You know, she's got her husband, etc. Blah blah blah. Do individuals worry about ethics with their jobs? How do you stop a race to the bottom? I mean, I guess it depends on what jobs you're talking about as to what the specific ethics of that job are. But yeah, in general, I think people have a good reason to be people of character. I have multiple reasons too. You know, one is sort of an FI reason, conscience, that you'll feel guilty or bad if you behave badly. Another is that you want to be able to, affirm that you're a person of character and have that validated by your past, right? And the only way to manage that in the future is, man. Well, I mean, because there's some satisfaction, I think, in doing most any job well rather than poorly, if you're gonna spend any time doing it at all. Um, and because I guess it's better to try to be happy and make the most of whatever it is you're doing. That would be the answer people would give to that. But um, I certainly have done jobs that I found nearly unbearable for some stretch of time. Not for a super long time have I done those jobs, but yeah. And what would an example of racing to the bottom look like? Good question, Ruben. Thank you for that. Yeah, I'm kind of curious about that expression as well. When you get a job, one thing I didn't realize is that it's something you go to each day, and there's people that you see a lot. It's like a new ecosystem. I think there should be ethic. I was talking to someone this evening who didn't care about morals per se. Well, I mean, even if somebody claims to not care about morals per se, they probably acknowledge that they are concerned with the consequences of being too immoral. Okay, so, but what does it look like, though? That's the question, Cone Man. What does this purported race to the bottom look like? And compared against what alternatives? So, is it is it specific to a given work culture? Is it implicit to all work cultures? Are different work environments competing against each other, or in what way are they racing to the bottom? I mean, sure. I mean, business can be cutthroat. The business world can be fairly cutthroat, but um, I'm not sure that comprises a race to the bottom of a mountain of cheese. Okay. That's enough of that for right now. Well, so what you're talking about is the the inevitable result of optimization in all areas, which includes how to hire people. From a hiring perspective, it's optimal to hire people as hourly independent contractors, right? And limit them to a number of hours per week so that you don't have to follow these government rules about giving people insurance and stuff like that, right? It might be optimal otherwise to not do that. Like if the government didn't have rules that required you to, if once you were a business of a certain size, if you hire an employee for this over this many hours a week or whatever, then you have to also provide them health insurance or some shit like that, right? So because of those kind of laws, that makes it such that companies go, okay, well let's let everybody be an independent contractor and hire them as part time so that we don't have to do all that shit, you know? So that's how you end up with this kind of a system. But because it's more efficient for a company to get the total amount of work done by fewer total amount of workers, if possible. You know, if there's no intervening thing. In that case, you've got each company hiring fewer people, which is bad, but giving each of them full time work, which is good, right? Um, in a less efficient model, you've got to hire more part time people to do the same amount of work because if you hire full time people, you have to do additional shit because of these various legislation, right? So government needs to remember that unlike you can assume the steadiness of certain things about government that Congress isn't going to go away that and be replaced by a competing legislature that does a better job, right? When you're talking about businesses and expecting them to behave like big permanent entities, you're neglecting somewhat to remember that um, businesses go out of business sometimes because of the economic demands placed on them by burdensome regulations and legislation, you know? So it is the case, true, that we want to kind of get rid of that intervening shit that prevents the only people who know best how to run their business, namely the business owners, or representatives thereof, like if it's a publicly held company. Actually, I guess agents of the shareholders rather than representatives, you'd say. So I feel almost like physically lighter. I know it's just metaphysically from having that conversation with my aunt, which is like, it's crazy how I can have spent like 6 months or less than that really, but like 4 or 5 months now, stressing over needing to call my aunt, needing to deal with the burial of my parents and stuff. And basically, I guess, not even considering the possibility that I could just not stress out about it or whatever. Basically, it's like my aunt gave me permission to bury my parents whenever I felt comfortable doing so, whenever, and um, and also to not feel guilty about her at all because I'm actually uh, she's got so much family. She's got one living kid, multiple grandkids, multiple three great grandkids. The third one came recently. So, it was kind of like permission to let go of my aunt too. I might check in a little more frequently with her going forward, but I get it now. Like, okay, Eric, you're still feeling like responsible to your dad to maintain some kind of constancy of the story of his death through his sister. Like the thing won't be complete until we bury him and his sister's there and we say goodbye and then presumably have some yeah. But she's not even going to the funeral. So she says she doesn't travel anymore. And she's not going to go to the funeral whenever it is. And that I shouldn't worry about it. I should just bury them whenever I feel like burying them. No hurry. And she's absolutely right. I mean, it's kind of crazy how impactful the whole thing was to me, and now the whole day has just been this colon blow, spiritually, emotionally. Uh, it's a Christmas miracle, I tell you. I can't believe how much that one conversation impacted my overworking frame about things. I was assuming there's one thing I'm going to have to get around to. She's told me, get around to it when you get around to it, whenever that might be. And that's my dad's sister, so if she's not pushing for it to happen, I've got no reason to push for it to happen fast. Um, it's not like I don't want to respect my parents' wishes to bury them in the family plot, but uh, they're dead and they can wait, accordingly. um, there's nobody else to attend the funeral except for me, Delilah. That's it, really. Rachel, if she wants to go, she indicated she's not really super down to go to Missouri, but so I guess I feel like still kind of guilty, like I'm the only person who can really advocate on behalf of my dead parents to get them buried as they wished, But at the same time, there really is no rush. They're not going to get less dead. They're not going to get more dead either. What? Oh, sorry, we can't bury them now. They're too dead. Something that it's not like we have their bodies, right? If we had their bodies, it would be a big problem. We'd need to bury those for sure. But fortunately, we just have ashes. And you know what they say about ashes? It's two ashes. Okay, dust to dust. These are the days of our lives. I believe it's like Matthew 32:16, A, B, 2, 4, 7. believeth not and whatever bullshit people speaketh, but instead deliberate the truth with your intellect. Book of Job. I just want to use your love tonight. That's kind of a, I don't know. I don't really like the message of that song very much. It does have a nice melody to it. But I'm not sure I agree with the message. Shouldn't just want to use somebody's love. Don't use my love. Yeah, using my love is bad. Hi, I'm Ruby, the beautiful redhead with a dress made out of bees. It's very nice to meet you all. Oh, I see you're talking about movies. I'll tell you what my favorite movie is. The Story of Ruby. It's a movie that's yet to be made, but I envision, I don't know, a gorgeous redhead like me playing the role of Ruby, a beekeeping chemist, electrical engineer who lives in a laboratory and has beautiful red hair. I made this dress myself. I mixed some cotton fibers in with some nylon, brought it to a stiff boil, poured it into a dress-shaped mold. Voila! I stuck live bees into the dress batter while it was cooling. That's how it looks like this. Isn't it beautiful? My shoes, they match. You think that happens by accident? No, because I also made these shoes. I also made them out of bees, but I didn't leave the bees where you can see them, as I did on the dress here. Shawshank Redemption is not a good movie, okay? It's too dark. It's about prison. Ooh. Let me tell you, Mr. or Miss, that's a place you don't want to go. Prison. Here's a good movie. Miracle on 34th Street. It's a Christmas movie. And in that movie, a miracle happens. Guess where? On 34th Street. That's right. The nice thing about Christmas time is my hair is already red, and that's one of the big colors of Christmas, along with green. Green's also popular, silver and gold as well. I've got a little bit of golden bees in my dress. Isn't that nice? Yeah. Thanks, Ruby. Thanks for sharing with us. Okay. Your story of Christmas optimism, positivity. It's a story of miracles happening everywhere you look. I'm looking over my shoulder in a coquettish fashion. Oh, yeah. Hi. Mm. Are you guys all, do you feel flirted with by Ruby? Her name on her, it's her embossed on her body is Chelsea. But I named her Ruby before I saw that, so I've concluded that that's just a birthmark that looks like the word Chelsea. She probably grew into it, you know. Like most of my dolls, she's specifically somewhere in her early 20s. Well, except for a couple of them. There are a couple that are older than that. Like Corduroy and um, Uh, the suit guy. What's it? Guy Suit. That's his name. He's older. Mindy seems. What's it? I don't know. Tiffany and Mindy are later 20s, I'd say. Uh, Conan has a vague plan to finish a current book that he's writing and then use the learnings from that to write a movie script. Well, I tell you what you should do with your book. You should end it where everybody dies. People love it when that happens. Just on the last page, the last sentence of it, just. And then all of a sudden, everybody died. Period. That's why you know the author got tired of writing the book. There, I'm done. I provided a nice finality to this, to all of the storylines. I'm sure people will be fine with it. Mm-hmm. Good Will Hunting. That's a movie I remember enjoying watching, but probably wouldn't want to watch again. Most movies I don't want to watch again. It's good enough that I enjoy them the first time. I've never seen Shawshank Redemption. I've never seen Spartacus. I've never seen Shine. Long ago and far away in a place that wasn't there, everyone died. The end. Wonderful, Winston's bomb. Wonderful. You could also just end it with, and before too long, things have changed a lot. What about Steven Seagal's Under Siege 2? I've never seen it. I have not seen Steven Seagal's Under Siege 2. And I feel like probably I'll die regretting that, but I don't think I'll ever see it. Ow. Did I cut my finger? Or did it just hurt unrelated to what I was doing? I don't see any cuts. I feel as liberated as a panda set loose in a field of bamboo trees. That's how liberated I feel by that phone call today. It was very gratifying to have that conversation and be permitted to stop stressing about this shit. Papillon. I don't know what Papillon is. It kind of sounds like the name of a French restaurant. If it were Le Papillon. Le Papillon, featuring French food. Come today. We have very simple advertisement for Le Papillon. All right. At least I do know some others do more so. Or at least I do. I know some others do more so. They do what? They watch Under Siege Dark Territory? Yeah, I heard that story as well. Or I've seen a YouTube about it. It actually happened very close to where we live. In fact, the road that it happened on is Heights Cove, which is this road right down here. It happened super close to us, but out that way in the wilderness. It was a weird story, right? It's like, how did all those people die? That in just one day, right? One of them was a dog. One of them was a kid. Two of them were adults. I mean, I don't know exactly what dumb decisions they made. Well, that's a poor decision for sure. But it's like, I don't get how that kills them all, including the dog. To me, that doesn't make any sense. You know, I'm not stunned that they encountered problems or whatever. It just seems unrealistic that it kills them all, including the dog. So I don't know. I heard about the story and I just I just thought, wow, that's kind of weird. Oh, we don't drink the groundwater, like lake water or whatever. But that was during some kind of like algae bloom or something, right? That's not even happening anymore. So with all that was before all the recent storms and shit. It was during the drought, really. Anyway, I feel very relieved and also kind of like different, like things are different, which it takes a little processing to get used to exactly what that difference might be. For me, it's, I guess, take one concern off the list of concerns for a while. Deal with other things first. I don't know why, or if I cut my other comment off, I was saying you didn't seem like the type of person who stressed about stuff long term like that. Then I said, I don't know you outside here, so others do more so than us. You're talking about burying my parents? I mean, it's a unique thing. They're not really things like that, right? They have their expressed wishes about how to be buried that they've expressed to me, and I do feel as though it's my responsibility at some point to follow through on those wishes. I just feel like it could be years from now, and that would be okay. I feel like if I were to interpret it through a magical thinking frame, it feels very much like my dad, via my sister, gave me permission to bury them whenever. Yeah, I hate every time I have to bury my parents. If they would just stay buried. Oh, you mean the action of making the call? Well, I mean, I also felt I considered the question multiple times today, and like, why was I so avoidant of this whole thing? And I think it was more than simply just not enjoying the idea of putting together the hassle of putting together some sort of little ceremony at a grave and having these things buried, these boxes of ashes buried. Traveling to Missouri, whatnot. And it just feels like, you know, it feels like a message from dad or mom or both. I don't tend to interpret things as messages from mom because I feel like in heaven, dad's still TE and everything, and mom's TE polar is just watching, going like, okay, well, I'm gonna put her in the garden now. Anyway, so yeah, for through a magical thinking frame, it's like dad himself basically giving me permission to just chill on that for a while. I don't think Rachel would particularly lead the charge on Paris, but she would probably be more enthusiastic about that notion. Yeah, I'm fortunate they don't need to be buried in Paris. It's I would agree that it's stressing me out and has been out of proportion to the scope of the thing. And that was what I was kind of querying myself about today. Why is it why are you so avoidant of this? And I guess it's that um probably subconsciously, unconsciously, I had some awareness that it was gonna hurt. It links back to this loss and whatever else. Links back to a past that no longer is. It's the last living link to my parents, um, besides me and Delilah, you know. Disproportionate stress response story of your life. Story of my life sometimes too, you know, not always. How many states have I been to, Eric? I've been to Louisiana. I've been to Kentucky. I've been to New York. I've been to Washington, D.C., which is not a state, but I've been to Virginia. I've been to Maryland. I've been to, let's see, Michigan. I've been to Ohio. I've been to New Mexico, Arizona, Nevada, Oregon, Washington, Utah. I have been to Hawaii. Oklahoma, Kansas, Missouri, Colorado. Um, I guess that's it. Never been to Florida. Hi, Rachel, darling. Well, we aren't going to Missouri anytime soon, so don't worry about that. I am rather well traveled. Yeah, we're not going to Missouri anytime soon. I'm going to put off dealing with that for quite some time, and that's fine. End of story. And we can focus on other things that are, you know, that I have, you know, like long term financial stuff is not a disproportionate stress response. It's a proportional stress response. Uh, Trying to get more of a handle on that is really the first order of business in the new year. I know Delilah's busy right now. It's the holidays. It's not a good time to try to have that conversation, etc. USA, a fascinating place to a Brit like you, a Brit like you. You have fish and chips while you watch TV in the loo, TV in the loo. You're watching soccer but calling it football. You're living in apartments but calling them flats. You're driving trucks but you're calling them lorries. Nobody really knows why that's the case. It's Britain. That's my song about your country, Cone Man. I hope you enjoyed it. Uh, Rachel and I made a birthday song for Rachel's mom because Rachel's mom is actually born on the 27th of December, 2 days after Christmas. Oh, they should have a special name for babies who were born between Christmas and the New Year. They should call them holla babies. Holobabies is a good name for babies that are born between December 25th and January 1st. Um, no, HOLI hyphen babies. Instead of holidays, it's holobabies. Your brother lives in Bermuda. Johnny's a holobaby? Hmm. When's his birthday? Is it coming up soon? I want to wish him a happy birthday. Maybe I'll make a YouTube video. It says, happy birthday, Johnny. We wish you well and appreciate your artistry. Cordially, the Strausses. I like to be cordial. Oh, it was yesterday. He's not a holobaby then. He's born before Christmas. You have to be born between the 25th and the 1st. So 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, or 31. There's only 6 days worth of holobabies every year. Isn't that impressive? And none of the holobabies are actually born on a holiday. I guess we should include Christmas and New Year's so that the holiday babies who are born on the actual holiday don't say, hey, why aren't I a holiday? And we don't really have a good answer for them. So we'll include the days themselves 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, and 1, but not any other days. So that's 8 total days of babies. Oh, baby, oh man, you're making me cray, really driving me mad. I say. What is that? A song or something? Am I the only Brit that joins your live stream? I have no idea. I don't normally ask people what country they're from. I don't really consider it relevant to anything. Yeah, 8. So there are 12 days of Christmas, but there are only 8 days of holobabies. In fact, probably that's what the Beatles song 8 Days a Week was about, was the holobaby expanded week, which is 8 days. You've never been to Gay Paris? Me neither. I've never been to Paris, but guess what? Armless Aaron here told me he went there and they were snooty. That's right. I went to France and they were very snooty. I have been to England / Britain. I've been to London. I've been to Stratford upon Avon. Those are 2 places I've been in England. I may have been to another place in England, but I don't remember where it was, if I did go anyplace else. Those are the only 2 places I remember going in England. I was about 18, so I was plenty old to remember things pretty well, but it was a long time ago. I have also been to Austria as they call it, Innsbruck, for a vacation to go skiing. Really? He's in Stratford upon Avon? I wonder if they do like a Christmas themed, putting on of, exhibition of, or what do you call it? Performance, that's what it is. Performance of like As You Like It or something. I guess you'd probably want, or All's Well That Ends Well. Did I eat fish and chips there? I don't remember eating fish and chips in England because at the time I didn't eat fish and chips. I didn't like them. I didn't like fish and chips. I didn't like fish, in general. And I assumed I wouldn't like fish and chips. It wasn't until years later that I realized fish and chips is actually pretty good. Doesn't taste like fish at all. Yeah, that is kind of ISFJ Dream Christmas is British quaint British village putting on like Shakespearean comedy in which all the actors are festooned for the holidays. Got probably like a bunch of like candle like decorations like this, you know. Milady, I say, have you any cuppets? Cuppets? I've got no cuppets for thee, good sir. You know, like that. That's very much, like my mom would just eat that shit up, you know. That's why we went there. Because my mom liked Shakespeare. Oh, it was super boring. Is the rubbing alcohol purposely they put there as part of the decor? No, I have it there because I need to perform a lot of surgery. So I'm constantly having to bust out the rubbing alcohol. And another reason is because I need it to clean off the meow, which otherwise leaves little bits of gross tasting bong resin on my lips. You think William Shakespeare was an INFP? I don't know what William Shakespeare was. I was, oh actually I've posited before ENFP, but INFP wouldn't get that many plays written, you know? Doesn't even know how many Shakespeare plays were written by the dude. You can type him. Well, I'm saying, assuming Shakespeare is one person who wrote all those plays, okay? And the same person, whoever that person is, I would say they're more likely to be ENFP because if one person wrote all those plays, that's probably too much overall work product and too much okayness with a little bit of sloppiness, but it feels very ENFP to me. But that's just, you know, obviously I can't really type Shakespeare. I've no chance to talk to the person. It's true we don't know for sure if Shakespeare is one person or who that person is or whatever. You can make various arguments. But what I'm saying is, you know, assuming it is, yeah. Aloha when stop. Shakespeare is a bad try. Bukowski for, but Shakespeare is bad. Try Bukowski for less pretension. I mean, Bukowski's not great though, his writing, but whatever, you know, he's fine. Tolstoy trashed Shakespeare. Tolstoy was INFJ. There's plenty of reason to trash Shakespeare, but I think you're probably more well served to trash his poetry than you are to trash his plays. Although some of them are terrible. At least the one thing you get from Shakespeare plays, and that has been copied a lot by various people, are sort of like archetypal plot lines, you know? You can figure out a filmmaker's type by his films. Maybe. Um, if that's true, I would say like in some instances I feel more more clear about what type of person I'd be. Like Wes Anderson, if I were to gauge based just on the media, I would guess INFJ or ENFJ because of his weird, his like singularly visual aesthetic thing that is very, very one thing. Each scene, you know, there's attention to its NI resonance visually, as well as you can see some in the writing too. But it's not. Who's to say for sure? I'd have to type the guy. I think it's probably ill-advised to underestimate Mia type's capacity to do Mia, given you don't really know what their work process is. And you're always going to be better off evaluating the cognitive process by evaluating the process itself directly than by looking to artifacts of some process and trying to conclude from those artifacts what process the individual who made it has in their stack first, right? That's a different question. It's really nice out. It's not that cold. It's quiet. I appreciate the quiet. It's hard to get this kind of quiet anywhere, anytime, really, for any duration in the city, you know? Even in the middle of the night in the city, anywhere. It's more noisy than this. I can vaguely hear some animal sounds off in the distance. Like howling of some kind. Coyotes, maybe, probably. If this were a horror film, it would appropriately say not just that it's quiet, but also that it's too quiet. Too quiet for what? Too quiet for us to feel safe. There's probably some horror creature about to take away one of the co-eds who's visited with her sorority in this woodland outpost. They're off doing something dumb at night now, you know, like looking for panties or something. I wish there were additional mythical creatures that were known to be around Mariposa. You know, some places have special creatures besides just Sasquatch. You know, the mystery lights of or whatever. There was like the Mariposa Ambler, which is kind of like a Sasquatch, but walks more in an ambling fashion. Like he's meandering, kind of like, sup? But it's a tall creature, like 10 feet tall. It appears nude when you get a quick glance of it. But if you get a more close glance, some people say it has very short cropped, flesh colored fur on it. So it's not exactly sure if it's nude, but it's humanoid, but it also runs on all fours. And apparently it has two wide set eyes. Some reports report the eyes on the side of the head even. And an elongated face that comes with a big jaw. It's got like big pointy teeth. But some reports say that the Mariposa ambler is ultimately a shy creature that shies away from humans. Others say it's some sort of demonic force. It's not really clear. I love questions like, is the Mariposa ambler a demonic force or something else? Like, is it really just a cryptid or is it a demon? Bullet Train was good. I enjoyed that. It says it's 48 degrees right now on my computer. It feels like about 48. I'm not good at guessing film. Guess it's lack of TE and NE, maybe NI. I mean, maybe SI. I don't know what guessing films would be. It depends on the kind of question, I guess. Kind of film prompt. What I've been watching on Netflix is called Sweet Home. I had previously watched season one, I'm pretty sure most of it, and didn't really figure out that I had watched it before until I'd seen a few episodes, and I was pretty convinced I had seen it before, but couldn't really remember what happened. I think I watched most of season one before, but not the whole thing. And now I'm watching season two. It's it's kind of like, okay, are you going anywhere with this whole thing? At this point, I'm beginning to think I don't think they know where they're going with it. You know, like stuff keeps happening. This lady has a monster baby. You know, you figure out some things about what being a monster, how it's caused. It's actually like a mental illness. Sorry, spoiler alert. Or whatever. At this point, it's like it doesn't matter what you're classifying this thing. We get all the various attributes of it, and I'm not sure what the humans are exactly trying to do right now, per se. Um, how they're dealing with the monster problem or whatever, the monsterization problem. It's like basically the plot of this thing is that people who feel certain desires too strongly, be that for revenge or a greed for objects at a mall or whatever, and have that desire unfulfilled long enough or thwarted long enough that they begin turning into these various monsters. But not all of them are bad monsters, right? But the bad ones are very bad and they just try to kill everybody. So there aren't very many humans left now, late in this second season. I've been surprised sometimes by the characters they've killed off, you know. But and I'm not sure where Hyun In went, right? So okay, there's that. But anyway, the acting's great, the production's great, the show is quite good, but it is taking its damn time, like getting back to the main character. It's been seems like episodes since we've seen him. Anyway, I tell you what was really good Japanese media was there was this live action anime which normally I don't really watch at all, but it was also on Netflix and it was quite good. Hiroshima, whatever, something. I don't remember what it was called. What a terrible game. Tonight's game is terrible. New England versus the Broncos. Are they both like, I think they both have terrible records and are already eliminated from the playoffs. What a boring game. What is the point of watching that game? Well, the Broncos still have a chance of making the playoffs. It's 7-3 in the second quarter. I guess they do. Yeah, they do. They're only 2 games back of Kansas City for top of the AFC West. Kansas City's had an up and down year, 9-5. So the funny thing is, oh Rachel, hopefully you're here. If you want me to change it back, I'll change it back. But I was looking at your playoff team. He's also having an awful week. You're actually beating him right now. And it's still conceivable by a little bit. It's still conceivable that you could win if your 2 guys on Monday have a huge game, right? Or Sunday night, Monday. Um, so I went ahead and switched out uh, Brock Purdy for Jalen Hurts. And the reason is because the Niners are playing against Baltimore, which has a pretty good defense, and the Eagles are playing against the New York Giants. So I thought it would be a good idea to try to also get Devonta Smith, who's no longer Q, right? He's off injury concern. I put him back in at flex. He was suspected to do better than Javonte Williams, who currently has 7.7 points in the second quarter for Denver. So I mean, regardless, there's still time to change Brock Purdy back from Jalen Hurts if you want to, because both of them play on Monday. But Purdy's projected at 18.9. Hurts is projected at 21.0. I figure if he and Devonta Smith connect for a huge game against the Giants, then you could actually potentially win this game. And that's more likely. It's better to take that gamble than to have your chips split here between 49ers and Eagles. That was what my thinking was. Oh, well, currently though, you're gonna have to beat his score on Monday by 40 points. So you're gonna have a big Monday, or he's gonna have to have a terrible Monday. But it's not impossible, right? Your 2 guys get 20 points each. Mahomes and Devontae Adams, the Raiders wideout, get hurt. He's got 2 guys on Mondays too. Say they both get hurt at the beginning of the first quarter or something. Well, you are. There's a lot of football on tomorrow. Wow, that's fun. Well, you were locked into most of the positions, but I could change the quarterback. And basically, what you're hoping to potentially even win this playoff matchup against this guy who had started off with about the same amount of lead that he currently has. Because of his seeding advantage, because of that's how the playoffs work. You could conceivably beat him. You know, you could get each of those players get 20 points, one of them get 30 or 10. If both of his guys just get no points for whatever reason, get hurt, have a terrible game. Okay, you likes to say that, and then she wonders why people think that. Because you say that. That's why people think that. KE. Right, I tell you shouldn't say that. So, I'm not sure what the evening has in store. I feel kind of like, well, that's right. I was going to make pizza. Do I still want to make pizza? If I'm going to make pizza, then that means I'm going to make pizza dough. And to make pizza dough, I'm going to need to look online for a recipe about how to make pizza dough. I know it's not difficult to make. So let me look it up. How to make pizza dough. The best pizza dough recipe. With just 6 ingredients, pizza crust requires just 1 bowl. You can use a stand mixer if you like, about 3 seconds of kneading and just 30 minutes to rise. Cancel. Just give me the fucking recipe already. There. It's like after this whole fucking article, you get to a recipe. 2 to 2.5 cups all-purpose flour. 2 and 1/4 teaspoons of yeast. 1 and 1/2 teaspoons of sugar. 3/4 teaspoons of salt. Garlic powder and basil leaves, optional. Okay, well, I'll put in 1/4 teaspoon of garlic powder. I have that. 2 tablespoons of olive oil. Okay, we have that. 3/4 cup of warm water. All right, we have that. We have all the ingredients for pizza dough. We could make it right now. And I think we should make it. You know what? I think why not? Just go ahead and make some pizza dough. We'll be in the kitchen. We'll sing some songs. We'll make some dough. I'll get you a cup of metaphysical warm cocoa. And we'll all spend some time together. Like lovers do. Boom! Here comes the rain again. Well, you know what? I don't think I need to use the mixer. She says it doesn't take much kneading, so that's fine. The mixing bowl is in the miggity meow, as they say. It's in the miggity meow. Do I have another kind of big bowl that I could use for this purpose? I'm not really sure I do. So what should I do? Should I take out the mixing bowl, wash it in the sink? Yes, I should. And then should I just run the dishwasher? Put in these other things from over here and run the dishwasher? Yes, I should. Alright, fine. I will. You convinced me. You win. You convinced me. Just go ahead and do it, Eric. Don't be such a pussy willow. That's the words you said that helped me the most. When you said, don't be such a pussy willow, I said, you know what? I am being a bit of a pussy willow. It's just put a handle on this shit and get it done. So, here we go. Now, this is ready to be washed. Sure, it's not absolutely full, but neither is your mom. There we go. We need more of these two. Cascade Platinum Mias. These. This goes into this part right here. Look how colorful it is. Woo! Look at all the magic it's going to do on the dishes. Push that down. Like this. And then of course you think, well, maybe you should get whatever other dishes there are in case there are other dishes. Like I could go upstairs and grab Rachel's dishes. I know she always tends to collect some dishes in her room. There would be like 6 bowls and 3 glasses and a bunch of silverware. Let's find out. Hi, beautiful. Can I turn on the light for a second? everything bang. Wonderful. Okay, that was like it. Good job for not accumulating so many dishes.
Thanks.
You're welcome. I love you, darling. See you later. So you did have a couple of dishes, but not a lot of dishes. Enough dishes to justify walking upstairs? Yes. 2 bowls. So I don't feel as though all this leg movement was purposeless. You know, the Broncos, should they continue to defeat in their current beating of the New England Patriots, whose record is rather woeful, I think it's fair to say, but also whose defense is quite good. But they're up on them by like 10 points. If they win that game, I would say that they're still in the playoff picture at 8-7. Although I'd have to look at their division or whatever. I find that kind of surprising because if I remember correctly, they were struggling a lot earlier in the year. I guess they have to figure things out. Up there in the Mile High City. You know, we can drive our little wilderness car up to 5,000 feet easily enough around here. We're probably at 4,000. I used the elevation thing one time when we were driving out in the wilderness to see how high we had gone. And it was over 5,000. A mile high is 6,200, approximately. I wonder how the elevation thing figures out your elevation. I wonder if it uses actual data from where you're standing or just location information and then separately determines the elevation from that location information from some sort of database, you know? I want to know. Will I ever know? I'm not sure. Do I need to know? Probably not. These are questions about knowledge. All right. Looks like we're about ready to begin our pizza dough making process. Welcome to Eric's Little Italy Emporium, a place where the flavors of Italy come alive in everyday cooking. Today, we're traveling to the gastronomically excitable region of Italy, where they invented one of contemporary world's most common foods, pizza. Okay, to start off today, making pizza dough, we're going to need to get out flour. This flour is made out of real imported Italian wheat. Exactly the kind of wheat you need for pizza dough. Now, we need to look at the TV again and find out how much flour to put in. What does it say? 2 to 2 1/3 cups. 2 to 2 1/3 cups. Well, what do you think? Should I put in 2 cups? Should I put in 2 1/3 cups? I'll definitely put in the 2 cups. Now, I think probably if I make the 2 cups perfectly flat, then I'll put in the other third cup, right? This is 1 cup right here. Seems like a pretty good cup. This is 2 cups. And then I guess I'll go ahead and put in the third cup, a third of a cup, you know. I'll make sure it's flat. There. Alright, 2 1/3 cups of flour put into a bowl. We are cooking with gas tonight. This is what is commonly known as Mountain Pizza time. Hi, and welcome to Mountain Pizza Cooking. I'm your host, Old Man Eric. And tonight, we're cooking pizza. That's right, from the country of Italy. Welcome back from commercial. As previously discussed, the country of Italy invented the food we are making tonight, pizza. The next ingredient is 2 1/4 teaspoons of yeast. So, I have a little jar of yeast right here. Supposed to refrigerate after opening, it says on it. Now, sometimes people say, oh, you should proof the yeast. Listen, you don't need to proof the yeast. It maybe helps a little bit. So, since they say that though, to proof the yeast, you get it started until it gets all bubbly and shit, you know. And to do that, you'll need to do that in a little bit of water. The water that you use for this should be removed from the amount of water they say to put in. There is 3/4 cup of warm water. So, 3/4 cup. What I'm going to do is get a 1/4 cup and use this to proof the yeast. So then I'll get 2 1/4 teaspoons of yeast. 2 1/4 teaspoons. Is that what it says? 2 1/4 teaspoons? I think so. So I'll put this in there. Let me look and make sure I got it right. Two 1/4 teaspoons. That's what it says. Okay. Get the other teaspoon. Then I get a 1/4 teaspoon, which is right here. And I put it in there like that. Here you go. You can see what I'm doing. It's right here in this. That's yeast. It's exactly how girls get yeast infections. That's what they put in their vaginas to get yeast infections. Alright. Now what we're going to do is we're going to get the warm water going here. Water de warmo, or caliente agua, as they say in Spain and or Mexico. Okay, after we get this yeast covered up in water, warm water, not super hot, okay? This is going to be fun. So, get that water going. We're going to put just a little dab of sugar in there of some kind. And I'll just use this honey to do that. Just need to get a little dab of it. That'll do. Get a little bit more, I guess. That'll do. Okay, now the yeast will get eating on that honey, and what I'm going to do next is see what other ingredients I have to put in this flour. So it's got your flour. It says combine flour, yeast, sugar, and salt in a bowl. 3 teaspoons of salt. 1.5 teaspoons of sugar. Okay, well, 3 3 3/4 teaspoons of salt. So I've got some salt. I've got a lot of salt, but this one will probably be fine. Say 3 1/4 teaspoons of salt. All right. Well, seems like kind of a lot of salt, but this one seems almost empty. What about you? You've got a lot of salt in you. All right, so we're having a bit of a salt-related emergency here. What we may need to use is something like this. There we go. We just needed to turn the thing this way, right? Okay, there we go. Now we've got the salt ready to pour. We're going to pour it right in here. Oops. 1 teaspoon. 2 teaspoons. Seems like, it said 3 1/4 teaspoons? This seems like a lot of salt. Oh, 3/4 teaspoons. I put in 2 full teaspoons. Okay, well, that's probably a little more salt than recommended. I think what I'll do is just try to scoop a little bit of it out. Okay, fine. Now I got the salt in here. A little too much salt. That's fine. Throw this empty one away. Okay. Now, sugar, it said. Okay, we've got some sugar right here. One and a half teaspoons of sugar. Okay? 1.5 teaspoons of sugar. That seems generally a little bit more reasonable than how much salt I had in it. But it's fine. Yeah. One and a half teaspoons of sugar. Here's 1/2 teaspoon, yes. Okay, there. Now, we need a couple of teaspoons of olive oil. But where is our olive oil, you may ask? Do we have any? We do have olive oil, I believe. And I believe the olive oil we have is in here. Let's look for it. Oops. Guys, please don't fall over. You're embarrassing me. Extra virgin olive oil. All right, cool. We found the olive oil. Excuse me, trouble. Now, how much olive oil goes in this? 2 tablespoons. 2 tablespoons of olive oil. That's the big spoon. And so you might need additional. Okay. There's a couple of teaspoons of olive oil in there. Now what we're going to do is get our additional half cup of water ready. We already got our 4th cup of water here. And then we're going to pour these into here. I didn't proof it all because it didn't get that wet. Okay. Alright, now it says stir it with a wooden spoon. So, okay, I will do that. I will stir it with a wooden spoon. Okay, so it says you're going to need to like basically add a little bit more oil probably. So I'll add a dab or 2 more oil here. See how that works. I could also add a little bit more water. Seems like it probably needs more water really than anything else. Actually, you could even put an egg in this. I'm going to put an egg in it and see what happens. I got these eggs because I wasn't sure if I might need them for a given baking project. Well, here we have a need for additional wetness. Let's just toss an egg in, you know. Excellent. Egg is in the thing. And now we just need to stir it around. Well, I can't help but just believe it needs some additional water. Put these eggs back. At this point I need to just knead it with my hands. Sometimes that's just the only way you can go when you're dealing with dough. And the best thing you can do when dealing with dough with your hands is to dust your hands with flour. Dust your hands with flour, the dough doesn't seem to stick to them as much. You can actually work with it and get it not all stuck to your hands. So, I'm going to take out the dough. I'm going to put it on my hands like so. Oh, you can't see. Put the dough on my hands like so. Spread it all around like whoa. Put my hands in here. So, and then I'm going to knead up all this dough. Here we go. See? That's not really sticking to my hands. But you got to reflour your hands here. You're going to just squeeze it, knead it touch it, love it, make it into our own, okay? Treat it like a lady and it'll love you back, okay? Okay. Now we're talking. Now we're talking a real dough-like consistency to this dough. And I feel like I've adequately blended in the egg yolks, which you can see is kind of distinct yellow spots on it. So, give it a little bit more work here and it'll be done. Okay, now what I'm going to do is kind of flour up this bowl too so it doesn't stick to this bowl. Alright, and then we're going to let that rise in a nice warm place for about half an hour. So I actually have a rising spot right here. This creates, it's like right, these lights both put out a good deal of warmth. They're going to put in between the two of them. Alright, now you can put saran wrap over this while it rises. I don't really feel like doing it right now. It seems unnecessary probably to me. Sure, you get the same air in there the whole time. But is that really good to have? I don't know. I think just let it rise without saran wrap. I suspect that for most of human history, people did not use saran wrap on their thing that was rising. Like maybe they put a plate on it, top of it or something. But probably not saran wrap. So, good enough for my primitive ancestors. It's good enough for me. Ergo, no saran wrap today. Well, that's fine. That's in the pantry. It doesn't fit on the shelf. So, is making dough kind of messy? Yes. It is a little bit messy. You've got some cleaning to do afterwards. You've managed to get dough all over the place, including yourself. You look like a baker, but you've successfully made some dough. Now this may need to rise a little bit longer than normal dough needs it to rise because I added an egg to it. We shall see. Ain't an FI. Or those ain't an FI town like you, hero? I don't know what that means. So we've made a dough, but we don't really know how well that dough will do because we've yet to see it rise. And the eggs inside make me skeptical of its riseability, how much it's going to rise. It didn't ask me to include an egg. I just decided impulsively, that's just as good as more olive oil, right? Oh, Sheddy McShittertons, you shed so much. Oh, yes, you do. You're my shedding friend. Yes, you are a shedding friend. So, once the mia is mud, then I'm going to make it into a circle and put pizza stuff on top of it. What pizza stuff, you might ask? Well, one thing that we have that I envision us using in the pizza sauce stuff on top is this garlic powder and this all chopped olives and chopped onions, I mean, not olives. We have this tomato paste, but instead of using this tomato paste, although it might be like a good base of sauce, is to use like a base of just straight tomato paste and then put the sauce on top of it. So I'm considering opening that can of tomato paste. It's not out of the question. But I believe, got my fingers crossed, that we have, yes we do, at least one jar of pizza sauce out here. It's not really pizza sauce, but this is as pizza sauce as you get. It's Presto meat sauce. So we'll probably maybe just use that on top of a layer of tomato paste, and then I'll put cheese from our cheese snacks on top of it, and I'll probably put some of that garlic salt and stuff in the sauce part. I don't know how much that's gonna rise. It doesn't look like it's super risey at the moment, but give it a chance. Just give it a chance to be itself. Don't try to force it into being someone it's not. Fine, I'll put a paper plate on top of it. Happy now? I mean, after all, it's pizza dough. How much do you expect to really rise? I've made pizza before. I feel like I did a good job in this instance of getting the right consistency of the pizza dough. I feel pretty confident about this pizza dough. We'll make probably maybe 2 smaller pizzas out of it, maybe 1 larger pizza. It's hard to say for sure. Very close calls. Isaiah Rude, what's going on? Let's find out. Good to see you. Long time no see. Worked at a bar for a year. Oh, yeah, talked to you not that long ago. And some changes as a cook. And this time I've had some interesting experiences. This time I've prevented 3 potential ass kickings with words, thank God. Very close calls. Try to avoid those close calls, if possible. May I advise you in that directionality? If possible, try to buy some of these bad boys. They're delicious, but don't have any alcohol in them. So Baldur's Gate is no. Yeah, it says athletic. It's this non-alcoholic beer company. It just makes non-alcoholic beer. It's quite good. This is really good. I mean, Rachel, I told you I was keeping that on the down low because I could get in trouble with the North Pole. They don't want me to outsource my Santa duties to Bangladesh. So a Bangladeshi man whose name I can't pronounce. They'd probably say to me like, "Hey, if you're just gonna outsource your work to somebody from Bangladesh, why are we paying you at all?" Then I'd point out they're not paying me. I also want to know more about Baldur's Gate. I'm glad to hear you say that it's one of the best because I do plan on some point playing it. I tell you what's one of the best, our Christmas tree. We have one of the best Christmas trees in all of America and the world. Look at this Christmas tree fantastico here. Take a good gander at it because it's not going to be here that much longer. Ooh la la, Merry Christmas. Does that say Merry Christmas? Does that say Merry Christmas? Or does that say Merry Christmas? Look at that tree with its stuff on, hanging down from branches, and its lights and the star that's on top. Looks like Christmas, yes, like Christmas, with the Santa Claus stuff. 'Cause it's Christmas, and that's when Santa's arrive. Santa Claus, Christmas tree, it's Christmas time in the mountains. Hear them ring, jingling. Soon it will be Christmas Day. Turn this thing round, now you see me as I head out the door. I'll be smoking a cigarette now. Unlock first, then turn the knob and pull to go outside. Wow. And turn on the wire lights on the thing. Now I go stand outside. It's Christmas time in the mountains. Well, it is Christmas time in the mountains. I don't feel great about unsolicited caroling on Christmas Eve. Probably the neighbors would prefer I not belt out Christmas songs from the walkway here. When you're a little kid, Christmas Eve, or many of us anyway, it was a very exciting time. Christmas morning involved opening presents and going outside and talking with your friends about what presents you got each. My mom was a big decorator for Christmas. As an adult, I do feel kind of excited for tomorrow, but it's because there are multiple football games on. Normally on a Christmas, I'd just be like, okay, tomorrow's gotta be bored. But at least there'll be football on. A good live stream, so. I feel like there's some kind of cognitive function information to be gleaned from my recent foray into the mysterious and unknowable world of FI. Having an emotional colon blow today. And, experiencing that experience makes me wonder if you could possibly express every polar in terms of frequency of blow. I mean, every function, sorry, every slot in terms of frequency of blow, in terms of how often you have to have a kind of existential purging of self in that area. Polar would be least frequently, and you would do it least well as accordingly, because it requires more attention than that. in its optimal realization of attention. On the other hand, you could say I never really have an any colon blow because I'm always blowing my any colon. Never gets clogged. You could deem it like constipation level for each slot. Some slots don't really have a constipation level. At least it seems like the unconscious slots are more likely to get constipated than the conscious ones. But I know fourth slot's probably likely to have constipation. If you have SI fourth slot, your constipation might be actual constipation. But like having an SI colon blow is really like doing a bunch of exercise after you haven't really been doing exercise. You might say that's an SE colon blow. To me, I guess because I'm conscious SI and super unconscious SE, I perceive it in terms of SI impacts, not in terms of doing the action. Delicious. Cause when Satan plants a garden, all the plants have nothing but thorns. They'll poke and prick and stab you. You'll wish you were never born. So don't go in Satan's garden. He's there to tempt you, sir. He'll show you 2, 3 plants that look good until you get them home, and then they're full of thorns. Satan's nursery. At Satan's nursery, all of the plants, the fruit on them is poisonous, covered in thorns. Most of the year, they look like they're dead. When they bloom, it's a hideous excuse for a flower that withers in just an hour. The flower has been said to resemble dog poo, a single dog poo. Smells equivalent. I don't think you're going to sell me plants, Satan. What are you, some kind of MBA? Actually, yes, I have my master's in business administration. I'm telling you, Satan, that the bank will not give you a loan for your Satan's nursery idea because we don't believe there's a consumer base out there that wants to buy those products. Oh, okay. I'll rethink my idea then. Yeah, do that, please. This comment section went a bit awry. This isn't a comment section. It's a chat. Big difference, okay? Oh, well, that's subjective. Oh, I see what you're doing. You're talking with words. If real life seems crazy, how do you stay sane? Real life doesn't seem very crazy to me anymore. So it's relatively easy to stay sane. I had a long stretch of real life that did seem crazy. I couldn't believe I was going through it. It was like, what the fuck? This is like in a movie or something. But I don't really feel that way anymore. Did I fail to turn on? I did fail to turn on. I failed to turn on this. So, there. Now I've turned it on. Good for me. That pizza doesn't seem to have risen very much. Of course, as indicated, it's important to remember the pizza dough generally is not a heavily risen or especially yeasty kind of dough. You make a flat circle out of it after all. To spread on your pizza sauce type ingredients. So, I'm going to let it rise a little bit longer. But Isaiah Root says there is an NI colon blowing as well. It's quite dramatic, actually, and he's referring to something he witnessed in an ESTP friend. Lifting cats builds up your lats. Fatty tissue isn't the issue, especially if your cats drive away your fats instead of chasing mice. I don't have any anchovies, so don't worry, I won't put any on the pizza. There's always a shadow emotion, motivation, or desire. She may know her music is not popular, so she goes on the defensive. Allow her to talk about music, and she will TE on and on, given the right space. All good reasons, but some people think the hum of the microwave transformer is music. Do some people think that? Have you ever encountered a person who thinks that? I mean, I've never encountered anyone who goes, well, instead of listening to music, what I do is I put on the sound of jackhammers playing. I've never heard anybody say that. So we assume that because there's some variability in people's taste, that there's infinite variability in people's taste, but there really isn't. If life seems reasonable, how do you stay insane? How did I stay sane when life seemed crazy? I mean, there were a lot of different kinds of self-medicating behaviors going on. Uh, it wasn't necessarily the best way to cope with things. It was the way I coped with things at the time. And I have the advantage now of some crazy experiences that have brought me a lot closer to death than I ever was previously. And so that took a long time to process, but I feel like I pretty well processed it at this point. I feel like today was kind of an important day in processing that. How do you know you stayed sane though, or that you are now? I mean, there are plenty of ways for me to check my own sanity. When I'm genuinely insane, as I experienced that one night when I kind of had a psychotic break after taking half an ounce of mushrooms after a very long day, after taking a bunch of Vyvanse and stuff like that. And at some point, I did figure out that I was crazy because I realized I couldn't trust what I was saying because I couldn't justify it adequately. I was trying to understand why I was going around in circles, but ultimately, if I can't justify what I'm saying adequately, then I know I can't trust it, and there must be something wrong with me. Because I don't normally say things I can't adequately justify. I'm thinking about, I don't know if I'm going to do it. I'm kind of hesitating right now. Thinking about taking a little bit of mushrooms. Maybe I will. You know, taking the way I've been taking it, it's like 2 little mushrooms, right? There's one. There's 2. So, hopefully this proves to be a good idea. You know, I don't even know if I really need the full 2 little mushrooms. I feel like a lightweight these days, but I think this is fine. You know, just like 2. It's a very small amount, but these ones are pretty strong. I developed a new technique for taking these, which involves me not having to chew them at all, since I have very few teeth left. It's actually easier to crush them up and take the powder like a pill than anything else. So that's what I'll do now. Over here. It's not a process I enjoy, but it's a process I'll do. Then I'll finish up with the pizza, and at some point probably feel the serotonin effects of these couple of little mushrooms, you know? No, I'm not putting it in the pizza. I'm putting them in my body. So just grind this up like it were weed, kind of. Break it up into small pieces. And then you put it in your mouth. You just kind of have to swallow it with a drink, and you don't really taste anything. Obviously, you have to swallow it a little bit at a time. Oh, I forgot. I was supposed to work with Jeffrey at 7. I have to tell his mom that I can't work with him tonight. Or Rachel, can you text if you're still listening to this and you're awake, could you possibly text Xiaohua and tell her I can't work with Jeffrey tonight? I'll have to work with him tomorrow someday. If he wants to work tomorrow, it's fine. I know tomorrow is Christmas Day, but whatevs McGevs, as they say in the archaeology department. I mean, wow, I canceled with no notice. Dude, I get called upon to work with no notice all the time. And this happens frequently between us. Something comes up, they'll cancel. Something comes up, I'll cancel. It happens all the time. So it's not a big deal for this particular client. Also, I told her when I started working on this college essay thing with him, like, hey, well, I will help as much as I can tolerate, but I really don't like working on this kind of thing. So, you know, she's going to have to be flexible with me. It's not like Chow Wa doesn't cross plenty of boundaries, too. I know two wrongs don't make a right, but you know, she's been calling me. I've been working with Jeffrey all the time, and I just don't feel like it tonight. Plus, I started taking these mushrooms, you know. DJRNT is current best MBTI YouTuber. Okay, well, I don't think he actually makes any MBTI content, but it's fine. Okay, here we go. Just a couple more spoonfuls to go and we're done. So far, I've had only pleasant experiences with these mushrooms. I've only taken a little bit of them. It's not unheard of for me to get insightful on mushrooms, but I'm more likely to get kind of more insightful on DMT, I suppose, than anything else. Feels that way to me. Although ultimately, I can't relate to you any specific insights that are particularly notable that I've had on drugs or because of drugs. So I don't know. We'll see what we get. I'm not sure. First of all, I didn't take a lot of them, but given these mushrooms, I suspect that's enough to make me trip a little, somewhat. More than none, less than a lot. My brother in INTJ has a lot of trouble valuing family, struggles with recognizing the value of the carrot, always preferring the implementation of the metaphorical stick when he's frustrated about the behavior of someone he cares about. What advice would you give someone dealing with an INTJ member of family or immature in this way? I'd say, tell them what you just said. If you want to be more effective in dealing with people, consider incentivizing what you want rather than punishing what you don't want. Less to do of any to blow. Eric needs a job to occupy his time. I'm not so sure about that, KE. But we'll see what the new year brings. I would like to believe that as I have spent something like the last year plus either going through kind of crazy shit or kind of recovering from it or preparing for something. And no, I'm not rich, Cone Man, but I did inherit a an okay sized estate. Then I'm trying to figure out what my long term financial plan is here. But for the time being, I don't need to work, and we'll see if that stays the case indefinitely, or if I need to, you know, do some sort of more conventional approach to income. We'll just have to see. I need to. That's one of the things I need to do at the start of the new year is sort of do a full accounting of things and come up with a good plan and stuff like that. Do sports gambling. That's an interesting idea. Write a book. That's also an interesting idea. It's not a bad idea. It's something I probably should do is write a book about cognitive functions. I think I'd start the book by talking about models, how to model a dynamic system, what comprises a model, and then go into, defining our fields, our objects, our vectors, what kind of thing we're measuring or talking about, etc. If room was inevitable, would you still take mush or choose to go bust? I don't know that. I don't understand that question. If room was inevitable, if doom was inevitable, I'll be lucid probably indefinitely. I only had 2 little mushrooms. It's like what I expected to do really, first of all, is it is hard to explain cognitive functions in a way that people easily understand them. But what I expected to do, first of all, is kind of change my mood before it changes my head exactly. And you sort of feel it bringing serotonin into the mix. And that's kind of the serotonin effects of mushrooms. I think they go well with Adderall, and I don't really like to take mushrooms when I'm not taking Adderall at all. Because I don't like the heavy serotonin quality that mushrooms can have unless it's counterbalanced by amphetamines. You know, it's like, I gotta go. 10 a.m. tomorrow? Tell her, yeah, tell her 10:30, okay? Please. Thank you. An ounce of them it depends on which kind you get. It's like a couple $100 for an ounce, I think. But now that uh, I buy it by the ounce, which is 16 grams. And the way I'm taking them now, just a couple of little mushrooms, once a week or less frequently than that. An ounce of mushrooms will last a long time. Robofat, look, I feel you, dog, but I'm growing up a little bit, okay? Sometimes, for me anyway, maybe not for other people, for me, growing up means having a little bit more discretion about things like how many mushrooms to take, when to take them, etc. This is a good time to take them. Nothing really I want to watch on TV. It probably will make me enjoy live streaming a little bit more than I otherwise would. And sounds like a good idea in general. So, especially after all that emotional colon blow of earlier, I suspect that I'm in a good state of mind to take mushrooms. Even if you're only taking a little bit, it's good to be in a good state of mind. Well, the pizza dough is successfully rising. It has risen. So, what we're going to do now is we're going to get out the old board, wooden board. We're going to get out the old wooden board, and we're going to make it round like a pizza's supposed to be. As I indicated before, I think I might want to make, let me just turn over a little. It works on either side of this. Alright. I could probably make 2 small pizzas because what I'm thinking here is I don't know if I've got a big thing to put the pizza on in the oven otherwise, right? I do have these things, but they're not brown. So I'm thinking I'll try to make two individual pieces out of some of this dough first. And I can always save the rest of the dough for tomorrow if I want it. Let me get out this stuff first, actually. I'm going to get out the tomato paste, the garlic powder, the onion, and did I bring that? I didn't bring the jar of sauce over here. I should have done that. I'll bring the jar of sauce over right now. Okay, let's get the jar of sauce. Alright, so the first thing I'm going to do is sauce up my sauce by, actually, I'll do that. This, to open it, I need a can opener. This kind of can opener is what I have. It's just meow it, like meow. And then pia. Oops. That's why I'm glad I put it over there instead of trying to hold it the whole time. Just get the whole thing off. As per meow. Should go all the way around. Get that off like this. And then throw this part away. All right. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to get out this pizza dough. I should probably put a little flour in my hands. There we go. Now, I take out the pizza dough, push it down a little bit so it's not so risen up. We're going to break off half of it, put half of it back in there. And now, let's see how big this comes out in a circle. So to make a circle out of your pizza dough, you want to start with a ball, like, yeah. And then, I'm going to go like this, plain patty cake. But if you don't start with a good round ball, it's not going to come out right. So I didn't start with a good enough ball first. Let me start with a better ball. There. See, now it's round. Now you can do the Pizza Man surprise. You get your circle rounder and rounder. And then, at some point, we've got to start spinning it around like they do in the pizza shops. I don't know how to do that. So instead, I'm going to just push it out on this. It's good to have flour on the board here too, but I don't have flour on the board. And that's okay. You want this thin. I don't think I have a rolling pin. So maybe I can find something else that'll work as a rolling pin. Like, this would probably work okay as a rolling pin. Need to flour it up a bit. There. That works fine as a rolling pin. We're just rolling this out like a new line of products in the fall. Like the TV schedule. New shows released by a network. We're rolling it out like a convoy of trucks on their way to deliver important goods to stores around the country. You know, pizza dough and pizza in general. You want your pizza to be thin, the dough. You want the crust to be as thin as possible, really. So you really got to roll it out. This whole thick crust pizza notion to me is just insanity. Nobody wants a thick crust on their pizza. It's dumb. Don't worry, this isn't blood I have on me. It's just a little bit of this tomato sauce here. But if it gets on the dough, no big work. Okay, so this, it really, I don't really need it to be that round. Although it would be more traditional looking pizza if it's round. What I really need is for it to fit on that cookie sheet over there. So I'm not necessarily going to work on keeping it round, but I am going to work on making it flatter, thinner, you know. That's kind of important. So now it's pretty thin. But I can make it thin. I need to get these sides over here. As you see, we're starting to look like a real pizza dough here. A real Italian pizza dough. Just need to give it a little bit more rolling. Make sure it stays nice and flat. So at this point I'm thinking, I got my 2 pizzas worth of miaz right here. And what I need is for it to do this, to cut it in half like Bitcoin. There. Now, let me put this one over here for a second. Now we can work on this one and make it even flatter without running out of room. Now sure, each of these pizzas is, admittedly, going to have kind of a weird shape. But in pizza making, I think people overweight the importance of roundness. You don't really need your pizza to be round. Yes, that's conventionally the shape it's in. But you don't have to go with that necessarily. I'm going to cut off these edges and make this one round like this. But it's still not going to be perfectly round. This is looking more like the amount of pizza I need for, the amount of dough I need for a single person pizza. An individual size pizza. Okay. So, as you can see, I got this pretty flat. Yeah, that's what we're looking for. Now that's a good pizza dough. See, it's not that thick. We make it even a little bit flatter. We're going to turn it over and roll it out one more time. we got it nice and flat. Nice and flat indeed. We'll put on some sauce and some other ingredients. Okay. The first thing we're going to do, make sure we have all our ingredients at the ready. At the ready, okay. So, for this stuff here, let me get let's see, will this fit in here? Yeah, actually, this fits in here, so get this. And it's probably a little bit too much tomato paste. I'm going to put a little bit of tomato paste all over it. We need to take some of this tomato paste off, that's fine. Tomato paste is like pure tomato flavor, so you don't want to too overpowering in your tomato paste. You also want to make sure it's completely cooked. Okay, now that it's fully pasted, what I'm going to do, let me just not even hit with that Prego with this one. I'm going to hit with some garlic powder. And a few chopped onions. These will soften up in the mix of things a little bit. Not too many of them, but okay. Now, next we've got to deal with this cheese. This is not the kind of cheese you normally put on a pizza, but that's okay. It'll work anyway. And I'm not going to shred it or anything. I just break it into little pieces and put it in. Some of these pieces might not be small enough. I'd like there to be little teeny pieces, you know. There's more of these things. So let me get a couple more of these. I'm going to get this cheese all over everywhere. Make sure you got the whole of the pizza covered. All the parts of it with some cheese in there. And I need one more cheese to accomplish our mission for this one, I think. One more cheese till we got enough cheese to make the pizza we want to make. One more cheese, one more cheese, one more cheese away. Alright, so one more cheese away. Here we go. Pow, pow, get all the spots that are currently missing the cheese. That spot, that spot, that spot, that spot. All around here. Yeah, 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 meow, me. Get around the edges here to make sure there's cheese all the way around the edge. Plenty of cheese flavor. Nobody can complain about. Well, you know what? I think we could even use one more cheese, really. I don't think it would hurt. So let's do it. This is a 4-cheese fandango, as they call it in the business of cheeses. And there's only 2 different kinds of cheese here. But this is Colby Jack, which is really, I think, 2 different kinds of cheese mixed together because it's yellow and white. I don't know. I guess it's Jack, but that's fine for a pizza. We don't have any mozzarella cheese. We're just going to use the cheese we do have. I hear you. Yes, you're meowing. You know what you're meowing about. Why you're meowing. There. Okay. Now that we have enough cheese, I want to take out some of these salamis. I want to chop them up and put them on the pizza. Good. I'm going to take these and just kind of cover the whole thing with them. These little slivers of salami. And then probably what will happen is Rachel and I will split this pizza out. I'll try to make another one too, and maybe we'll split that one as well. But I may take a break after making this one. So we may start out by splitting this one and then hopefully have another one ready to go. By the time this one's done. I don't think this is going to take more than about 20 minutes in the oven, I wouldn't imagine. So let's get it onto the cookie sheet here. Use this spatula maybe. But I think the best way to do this is probably tomato stuff is so messy. It gets all over everything and oh my god. Just stop already. Okay, so this is loose kind of thing. Scoot it over here with that. Just roughing it too much. There we go. Now, go right onto this. Just like so. There, I made it. Nobody said I could do it. Everybody said, you're never going to make it, Eric, but I did make it. And I showed everybody. Just what a man of action I really am. Alright, so here we have a pizza that has cheese, sauce, and meat on it. I forgot to preheat the oven, but that's fine. I think that will generally allow the rising of the pizza to happen a little faster. And I'm going to leave all the ingredients out here. I need to clean up the tomato off of this board before I attempt another rolling. So I'll just wash this off real quick. Yeah, since I put it in the oven without preheating it first, I think I'm gonna make the timer for 24 minutes right now, and I'll check on it. It should be fine for at least 24 minutes, you'd think. Alright. So, we have made some serious progress in our progress. Let's put these measuring cups away. We don't need these anymore. We may need these meats and cheeses again shortly, so I will leave them right here for now. They'll be fine for a few minutes out of the fridge. I'm not going to kill them to get a couple degrees warmer. I'll rinse off this spatula that I use. Even though I'll probably have to use it again. And I'll just put this back in the drawer. Clean it up. Okay. Now it is time for what? A cigarette. That's right. Time for a cigarette. So, what I didn't notice while I was spending all that time making the pizza is I do feel like I want mushrooms a little bit. Not a lot, which is good. I don't want to be a lot. I can feel it impacting my mood and making me more chill a little bit. There, I have glasses now. You know, the thing is, you want your dough to rise in the oven at the beginning of the cooking process. And the thing is, if it's too hot, then it kills all the yeast and it won't rise. It won't rise anymore in the oven. So I just figure, why not start it in a not preheated oven? Let it warm up. No, I kicked his ass out. Okay, he didn't quit. Let's be fair to him, right? He outlasted me. I kicked him out. There's no quitter in him. You can't excuse him of that. The president of Xbox is Sarah Bond. Is she James Bond's friend? Sister? Daughter? Cousin? Mom? Let's see. Do I need to clean the cat box? Oh my god, yes I do. What a horror show. Alright. Time to clean the cat box. My all-time favorite activity. But I try to keep it clean so the cats don't have any possible excuse to think that I appear to go to the bathroom in the house. So far, so good. I'm going to wash my hands now. Well, I just used the handle on the scooper. It's not like I was a solid foot away from touching anything in the cat litter. That's the way it's set up, so you don't have to actually touch anything, right? I could get this dish from out here. I no longer need this because they're no longer cats who scare the cats. It kind of looks like it might have rained a little bit outside. But I don't know. I'm no weatherman. Not this one. This one too. Okay. Somebody said yeah, it's a big cat. Absolutely a big cat. It says, chat went south. Well, chat goes in all directions a lot, you know. Sometimes it's majority of it goes south, but other times you get a mix of north, south, east, and west. The chat is like a map of the world. It has all the directions that are possible, except down and up. Well, it's a topographical map. It has some down and up. It doesn't have what's above the land or below the land, probably. Or it probably doesn't show a lot of underground caverns on the map. If it shows that too, then you're trying to squeeze a lot of information onto one map, right? That's the interesting thing about maps, is they're really, what's going on here with this zipper? There. They're really presentations of knowledge in a visual way that people feel as though they better understand the information presented than if it were presented as words, usually. So, okay. Let's get you back up on the big screen where you belong, your name and lights. I feel very much like I took exactly the right amount of mushrooms. Do I think Jack from Socionics is INFJ? I've never considered the possibility. I've never typed the guy, but I don't think so. I see him as almost assuredly an ENTP. But I mean, it's important to remember that just because I'm right and I'm an ENTP doesn't mean that ENTPs are more likely to be right about something. I think by and large, everybody's almost certain to be wrong about almost everything. So, what, kitty? What do you want me to watch you eat? You hear that meow? Wow. That's an insistent meow. It's a meow that you just can't deny that meow, right? That's power meowing. That's the kind of meow you give after you've read Robert Greene's Laws of Power. Yes, you're a good kitty. Yes, you are. And I'm petting it with my hand. There, do you feel better now, Trouble? Man, that pizza smells good. Hasn't been cooking long already, so it's delicious. According to this thing, it's 9, 8, 7 seconds till it's preheated. So it's finally at 350, right? About now. So now it says it's got 14 minutes left. So it took 10 minutes to preheat then. But I don't think it really took a full 10 minutes. But it might have. But anyway, I'll probably give it a few more minutes than the 14 it has left. But I might give it not that much more, depending on how it looks. The right amount of drugs is better than having too much drugs, which is better than having too little drugs. I've always said that. Boy, that boy Klaus, that's wisdom right there. You're going to get a wonder point for that. Incidentally, I am considering that because tomorrow is Christmas, it may be a bonus double wonder point day besides just the Wednesday coming up as usual, We may have tomorrow, because it's Christmas, be double Wonder Point Monday. But it's not. It's double Wonder Point Christmas Day. It's a once a year special event, I think. So get ready for that. For tomorrow, your Wonder Point values will be double. All women are potential lesbians. All you got to do is get them to start scissoring, and then they realize, you know what? I really like this scissoring thing. I could spend a lot of time doing this. Men disgust you. Men disgust you? Well, sorry for being disgusting. Oh, this is empty. I kind of want more coffee. I can really feel the mushrooms now. No, I didn't cook the microwave. Didn't cook the dough in the microwave. I hear gay men have started scissoring as well. I'm not sure about bisexuals. But from what I understand, in the gay community, scissoring has become a symbol of their freedom for men and women alike. I think a man can tell his sexuality by what kind of porn he watches. Being a man is both a choice and not a choice. Rachel and I have scissored. We're a gay couple, so it's man hating vibe on this. I don't think so, young man. I think that there may be some people who've had some bad experiences with men and who generalize to men, but I'm certainly not a self-hating man. I mean, I might be, but it's not because of my man things. It's because of things like not calling my aunt for 6 months. Every time I think about her, I sing the song. When I think about you, I hate myself. Oh, that made me hate myself. Now I am free from that, thankfully. Is sausage scissoring safe sex? I'm not sure. I'm assuming yes. But, I've not investigated very deeply into the subject. Rachel and I do practice it. We have done it before, with our clothes on, I believe. Not sure if we've ever scissored naked before. But we probably should. Your grandma's the same. There's a thing called frauding. I don't know what frauding is. Well, if you want to scissor your grandma, KE, that's your business. But my grandma just wasn't into it, so she always told me no. She always wanted the same thing for Christmas. More anal beads. Grandma, how can you possibly need more anal beads, we'd say. You've got like 6 gross of them in the garage. She said, well, the more you use, the more you need. So, frauding, just rubbing shafts against other shafts? Huh. Like sword fighting? If there was no intelligent life in the universe, what would be the point? There wouldn't be a point. For all intents and purposes, there wouldn't be a universe. The universe is only real insofar as it's observed by someone or something. Part of their experience, their being. That's what makes it real. Realness is itself a human concept, It doesn't have any statuses on it inherently. All statuses that we might afford to anything are naturally statuses we afford to that thing. First and foremost. Hmm. The point, I guess, if there weren't any people, would be we need some people. Otherwise, all this stuff's going on, but nobody can observe it. But who's thinking that if there's not any people? I guess it would just be God, right? God being like, okay, well, now that there aren't any people anymore, what am I going to do? I'm suddenly, blessedly relieved from this incessant din of prayer that I've been receiving from Earth. Now it's blessedly quiet. What am I going to do with my time? Should I take up golfing? Should I create more intelligent life? Should I elevate cats to sentience and listen to my prayers in their meow language? I'm not sure. The thing with sentience is it's really predicated on capacity for language more than anything else. So there are animals with greater degrees of sentience, and those animals and their greater degree of sentience always correlate exactly with their capacity to communicate with each other, in my opinion. You might make an argument that octopi, are very intelligent and also not communicative at all. And based on this thing that we watched the other day with Acacia and Ruben, Acacia picked it out to watch about this octopus and how smart it was. I'd have to agree that my definition or understanding of sentience is thereby somewhat wrong. There are probably other ways to attain increased sentience without that are non-lingual. Soccer is the way to go. I suppose both. You're special, KE? I'm glad you're special. I'm special too. But not in the good way. I went to the doctor recently and said, I just need somebody to diagnose my lifelong problems. The doctor took one look at me and grabbed me on the two arms and said, listen, Eric, you're retarded. Sorry nobody told you before. And I said, well, where did I get it? He said, probably when you were traveling overseas, an insect bit you. Oh, well, that explains all my struggles in life. Yes, it does, the doctor said. It's because you're retarded. So now I know. I guess I just live my life as a retarded person. I feel bad for Rachel because I didn't tell her when we got married that I was retarded. And I didn't find out until recently. So it's not really my fault, but really it's the sort of thing you should disclose to a partner before you marry them. So I feel bad on that grounds, but I guess that's grounds for annulment if she wants, but hopefully she doesn't. The capacity for understanding language is different from that from producing language. Well, that's true. That's very true. I've seen it in people. Retarded people take ages to make a pizza. Yeah, I know. Look how long it took me to make a pizza. It took me so long to make it, and it was so challenging that I only made one of the two individual pizzas I was going to make. That's a good quote from Red Forms, a great ESTJ quote. Good night, Jeremiah Biggs. Son, bad things don't happen to you because you're unlucky. Bad things happen to you because you're a dumbass. What yeah, dating me is a lot like dating Simple Jack from Tropic Thunder. Where's my mama? Your mama in heaven. Oh, that's funny stuff. Where's my mama? Funny. There was that character in the show I'm watching right now called Sweet Home. This Korean monster show that increasingly I fear is going nowhere. As a lot of Netflix shows do, they start out, it's got a good first season, maybe a good second season, and then just keeps going, and strange things happen. You go like, okay, why is this happening? Where are you going with this? And you never find out because you quit like partway into this third season. But you're pretty sure they weren't going anywhere. You're probably right about that. Well, certainly I'm glad I didn't take more mushrooms than this. I'm feeling it quite a bit, really. Wow, so Santa's in America already, huh? Wow, good for him. I remember earlier he was in South America, so he's really gotten a lot of work done already. I'm not sure it's safe for Santa to be traveling to all these foreign countries, but very well. I'm assuming the North Pole belongs to America. Maybe we should make it our 51st state, the North Pole. Thanks for sharing personal info like that. Sure, likewise. Yeah, well, ENTPs aren't super private. I don't think we really believe in privacy. Like, we want to get ourselves and our stuff validated one way or the other by the external world. It's like, oh, one lady said, oh, it was actualized externally. Right now, I feel like I'm actualizing some sort of psychedelic experience. Well, I hope you don't get more than what you bargained for. No, it's fine. I just took a little bit. Uh, it hits you with that serotonin and it makes you feel like mush. Comes in waves, but then the serotonin part kind of fades away after a little while. I have a feeling I'm going to sleep really well tonight, even though I've got sleep preventing substances in me. Because I did all that crying earlier. Crying makes me really tired. What's the most private type? I'd definitely be an introverted type. I think INFJs are pretty private by nature. Rachel's kind of an exception. But I think that's partially because she just accepted and knew that being very public about what's going on with you and shit is part of the bargain of being with me. Oh, that looks good. I think we're really onto something here. What I need, though, is those grabber things. Doesn't that look delicious? Mmm. Smells good, too. I think what we want to do is basically move it from off of this thing onto this board here. Or we could cut it into pieces. Yeah. It's looking pretty good, really. It's pretty freaking bomb diggity, frankly. Yeah, it took a long time to make. Now we're going to cut a piece and try it. Where is my knife? Where is my knife? Here it is. Gotta wipe the tomato sauce off of it. And then we'll cut this like so. There. Now we got two pieces. And we'll mat like that. Mat like this. Mat like that. Mat like this. Mat like that. Mat like this. There. Nice pieces of pizza. If Rachel wants to come down here and eat some of this, she can eat some. Yeah, I mean, don't feel like carrying upstairs to kill all. I feel like after a long day of skiing. I think Kate's an ENTP. Calm down. Feels like to play around with shit like that, but I feel very confident she's an ENTP. This is very good. It's delicious. No, you want to deny people public information so that you can have your fun. I don't approve of that. It's not that I disapprove per se. I'm not going to facilitate it, you know. I may not have many teeth, but I can still tell you that was delicious. Now I want another piece of it. I don't know who would type you. ISFP. You're the most talkative ISFP in history. Just from the chat, we can't tell what type you are. We can definitely eliminate ISFP. ISFPs don't have much to say. KE has lots to say about lots of things. I need a beverage too. Beverage to supplement my meal. I do think I want a beer. But I don't want a blue one, I want an orange one. They come in two colors. This one's called Free Wave Hazy IPA. Okay, I'm going to put these refrigeratable things away. I'm not being honest with myself that I'm going to make another pizza. Probably not. So they've already put that pizza dough in the fridge too. Well, I will say that if Rachel doesn't hurry down here, there's not going to be much pizza left for her. She could always eat something else too. But... Mm. I mean, actually, it's hard to believe how good that pizza is.
It smells so good in here.
You gotta have some.
I have to have some. Are you kidding me? I wouldn't.
It's really good.
Thank you for making it.
Mm-hmm.
My trouble.
It's like super thin, crisp,
I
crust
can't
is
wait.
fantastic.
Thanks for the Christmas Eve pizza.
Sure.
Look at you. You're like a freaking chef.
Thanks, darling.
Oh my god, delicious.
Mm-hmm. Right? I'm telling you, right?
Oh my
It's so good. Here's my recommendation to people making pizza. Don't use anything except just tomato paste. That's what I used on this one. It came out fantastic. Like, don't use any wetter sauce than that. Straight up tomato paste is fine. Historically, I've tried to use probably too wet of a sauce, and that's why it doesn't come out all nice and crispy like that. Well, that's like the best fucking pizza I've ever tasted. It's amazing. I'm glad you just get lucky, you know. So this is one of those times. It makes me happy because it's so fucking delicious. It's unbelievable. Like I'm not that good of a cook, but this pizza came out just bam, so good. At least some of the time I tend to fuck these things up. I feel pretty relaxed and happy right now. Content, I guess you'd say. Which is not a super common emotion for me, but I suppose there might be underlying happy times, there might be some contentment, but feel consciously aware of being very content right now. I guess contentment makes me act a little bit more organized at Jay, you know, making pizza, making your own pizza dough, whatever, making bread the other day. Those kind of SI things are great things to build a day around, you know, or a certain chunk of a day around. Cook something. It's also a good thing with the live stream. I wasn't really saying a whole lot while I was cooking, but probably continuing to talk as I did most of the time as I was rolling it out. But I was just talking about what I was doing, you know, like roll it out flat or whatever. Contentment, I guess to me, doesn't necessarily correlate with either wanting to live stream or not. Like, I guess you could say discontentment or ill content is definitely a trigger for making me want to live stream, usually. Makes me want to talk out whatever's making me discontent. But contentment, it doesn't necessarily mean I fall silent or want to be silent. Or I'm feeling social, but it doesn't necessarily mean I am either, you know. It gets a little smoky in the garage with all the doors closed and stuff. You can just smoke one cigarette. During the summer, I keep the fan plugged in. Blow some smoke. They got windows open over there too. But whatever, I'll just live with the smokiness for a bit. After all, it's my own smoke. It's not somebody else's smoke. So. And here are these dishes from the garage that I planned to bring into the kitchen last trip, but failed to do so. I think I'll bring them in this time. Feel that small sense of accomplishment. Hey, I carried a few dishes in, cleaned up that cat stuff in the garage finally. Maybe that'll add to my contentment. I want to measure my contentment level at all times. Right this second, I think I feel fully content. I'm not distressed about anything. I think we should either devise a machine or a definitional way to measure contentment. Got a contentment score of 9.4 or something, you know, like aim for 10. If I could just make myself be a little more content, I could get all the way to 10. How good is that?
Oh my god, it's so good. Thank you so much. I was just gonna kiss you.
I mean, I think the thing is, this is like by far the best pizza I've ever made, because usually I try to put some wetter sauce on it, right? The trick is tomato paste.
Dude, I was thinking the same thing. I was like, I'm so glad that he put the tomato paste on it. I could taste it.
Right, and it tastes like
Pizza.
yeah, and it doesn't make the thing soggy because it's not all wet. You know?
Sure.
You need more food, Capillo? Okay, I'll get you some. Here's you cute so much. There you go. There's some more cat food for you. You eat cat food because you're a cat. You could have a little piece of pizza, but you probably don't want it. Trouble would probably eat it. Oh, did he?
Yeah, he liked it.
Trouble eats anything. He's a weird cat. I did not cook it in the microwave, okay? You don't think my dough rested long enough? I mean, I think it rested a lot more than 30 minutes, like the thing said. The thing said ride it for 30 minutes, and it was longer than that. It was probably a solid hour. And given how fantastic it came out, I don't think I should have let it rest any more or less. I think it was fully rested.
Yes.
When I put it in the oven.
You want to go outside too?
His contentment score was 9.8. Capio just runs away from trouble now, basically. At every sight, she runs away from him. She does not appreciate his treatment of her, I'm sure. But it's not the first time she had to deal with another cat who doesn't like her. You know, she lived in Laverne with me for a long time, and she was almost entirely an outside cat. She was certainly allowed inside. I fed her inside, but whatever that black cat's name was, I don't remember her name. But she always tried to chase Capio away.
Poor Capio.
Yeah.
In her life, she's just been. Well, I get it. She's the peaceful one.
Yeah. She had a little while in Arcadia with just us, and then trouble started going around.
She's so afraid of trouble that, like, she's hiding behind the curtain right now.
Yeah, sure. Well, cats like to go behind curtains. I don't think she necessarily hides from trouble. But...
Well, she saw trouble and then she hid.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe, yeah. Your interpretation of it is probably right. Oh.
Thank you for making my Christmas Eve dreams come true.
Of course, darling, likewise. It's been a hell of a Christmas Eve, huh?
It really has.
Feels like a lot's happened today.
Yeah. Well, speaking of, tomorrow, 10:30 is fine.
Alright, cool. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I don't mind working at all on Christmas Day. Yeah, it's like in the movies, if the boss makes you work on Christmas Day, he's bad. You know, he's the bad guy in the story. He's Scrooge from the Christmas Carol.
Well, that's why they didn't have football on Christmas for a long time, because they wanted, like, everyone to be with their families, but
And they realized, fuck that. People want to watch football on Christmas.
Yeah.
These guys get paid plenty to play football. They can play it on Christmas. It's fine.
Yeah. I think that's what they came to the decision.
Yeah.
I want to sleep with you, but tonight I realized that.
Then don't, darling.
What?
Then go get your sleep. That's good. It's fine.
Well, do you think there is a possibility of sleeping with me tonight?
Oh, you're actually pursuing that. You're not telling me. I want to do that, but.
Oh no. Well, I was going to say that maybe we could have a Christmas nap tomorrow, you and I.
Oh yeah, sure. Or we can sleep together tonight. I don't feel like I'm gonna be up for a million years.
Okay. All right. Then I'd like to sleep with you.
All right, that's fine. Whenever that happens, it's fine, darling.
Yeah, I like to, because I missed it.
Well, you made up for it earlier, darling. You need to make up for it all, but sometimes we sleep together, sometimes we don't. If you want to, that's great. If not, it's fine.
Well, my goal is to, because I feel comfortable. I'm so fucking codependent.
People are critiquing my pizza.
Who's critiquing the pizza?
I say I need to learn how to make a good pizza sauce. What I just learned is that the best pizza sauce is tomato paste.
I think
You need a pizza sauce that's not too wet, right? Tomato paste is not too wet.
no.
Sometimes you need to not make things more complicated than they are. You know, that's a problem that I have in all of life is I make things more complicated than they need to be. But tonight, I didn't make things too complicated. I just used straight up tomato paste. And I shit you not, it's like the best pizza I've ever tasted.
It's
like
so
so
good.
It's
It
unbelievable.
really does taste like, and I honestly detected the tomato paste. I was like, oh, I'm so glad you used it because it really tastes like pizza sauce.
And you can also taste the garlic powder and the chopped onions in just the right amount.
So
it's
good.
like it's the perfect amount. So.
Such a good pizza. I really appreciate it.
Sometimes you just get lucky, you know. It doesn't cost very much to make a pizza. Our pizza came out super crispy on a cookie sheet because I rolled it out so flat. You don't need it to be on a stone to get crispy. I wouldn't, if I had a pizza stone, I'd use it, I'm sure. But I'm not opposed to them. I don't know why anybody would be opposed to a pizza stone. But anyway, these mushrooms are making me kind of
I was gonna say, I could tell you're mushrooms because you get so giddy.
Yeah, or I get giggly. Sometimes,
yeah.
and this time I do. Like, if somebody wants to critique my pizza sauce, it wasn't even pizza sauce, it was just tomato paste. And I think that's a good idea. I recommend it to others as well.
Oh, you didn't even put the jar sauce on?
No, I didn't put any jar sauce on.
It's really good.
Just tomato paste.
That's all needed.
Because when I spread it all around, I just like, I'm using this jar of sauce to roll things out.
Oh, that's what you use.
Yeah, so I didn't want to open it. I was using it as the roller.
That was creative.
I mean, I'm going to need to roll out the next one, too. So maybe on the next one I'll use the sauce after I'm done rolling it out, but I shouldn't use this sauce until I'm done rolling because I need it to roll things. Anyway, I'm glad I decided to eat those couple of little mushrooms.
Me too.
And this is how I think mushrooms used to make me feel a long time ago. I think it's a good sign that things are as they should be. When mushrooms makes me not worry about things and like not take anything personally or whatever, or not be defensive or combative at all. Just feel like everything's gonna be fine. So, Karma's Pumpkin, critique my pizza sauce. And instead of me being like, hi! Well, you know, critiquing my pizza sauce. You don't even know because you're so far away. I was just like, that's fantastic. NITI might be psychopath. No, I don't think so. TI is very concerned with fairness. NI just is an objective knowledge function. Why would that link to psychopathy? A lack of empathy. I mean, like, people sometimes I want to make a linkage between FI 7th and something like that, psychopathic tendencies or something, but I think it's bullshit, personally. I think it's completely bullshit. Because just because I'm not using my feelings to make decisions about stuff doesn't mean I'm not experiencing those feelings in some sense. They're informing my decision making in some way. And certainly when my worst feelings I have are when I've hurt somebody else, right? So there's no reason to think that FI polar is not empathetic. I'm very empathetic. Although I did read a article recently that said pot smokers are more empathetic.
Hmm.
They did some study on empathy and marijuana.
That's interesting.
I need to come to Memphis sometime. Okay, well.
That's a place you can visit, right? You don't have any.
Yeah, I'm allowed in that state. States you can't go back to include Kansas and Oklahoma.
Okay.
Oklahoma, I'm not really sure about. I'm not really sure about either one, but it's just better to stay out of both those states, I think.
Yeah, it sounds like.
We just stay out of both Oklahoma and Kansas.
Yeah.
I may
honestly don't want to take the risk.
I might have a warrant out for my arrest in one of those states. I got a bench warrant for not paying a ticket or something. In the other state, I don't know what the statute of limitations on illegally shooting at geese is.
Is that what it was from?
Yeah. It was
in Kansas?
Yeah, in Kansas. On the affidavit and on the search warrant application, the one thing that in part got them the search warrant was they were looking for evidence of us illegally killing geese.
Oh.
If I didn't shoot any geese, well, they weren't really going in there for that, right? They were looking for drugs and stuff.
Oh, but they were.
Taylor had this massive safe, just this really big, heavy-duty safe, and it took them like a long ass time to break into it to successfully get into it.
Really?
But eventually they did, yeah.
Wow. Huh. Wow. I didn't know. So all they need is a warrant?
Like, are there going to be any dead geese inside of a safe?
Yeah.
I may have fired upon a gaggle. I don't know. The thing is, I'm not saying I shot at geese, okay? Just to be clear. My public statement is I allegedly shot at geese. But, you know, if I did shoot at geese, whatever I shot at something, okay? Some kind of birds. And I didn't really think about what kind of birds they are. I just said to Taylor, like, can I shoot at those things? And he said yes. So I shot at them with a handgun, all right? Not with a rifle. It's not like I had very low probability of hitting any of them. But I thought, you know what, I probably can hit them. Because I wasn't that far away, but I didn't hit any of them. I didn't hit anything I shot at all day long. It's hard to shoot things with a handgun. It's a lot easier to shoot things with a rifle. Like I said, pot smokers are probably more empathetic because it harmonizes you into a pre-woman. That's exactly right, Black Guy. That's exactly what it does. It harmonizes you. You get a wonder point for that, Black Guy. I like the verb harmonize. I'm going to use that in the future for having any kind of hormonal thing happening to you. Well, this page seems like stuck or something. I mean, I know it's not playing, but it keeps saying the same thing down here, and I don't think that's the case up here, right? I can't see without my glasses.
There's 10.
Yeah, right. So this thing is not updating over here for some reason. FE child and ENTP is the main insecurity. Well, it's where I'm gonna be hard on myself if something doesn't end up playing as I expect it to play or something. If people don't like me, it's okay. It's childish, you know. It's like I probably don't even notice most of the time unless they're really explicitly disliking me. And then I evaluate the legitimacy of their dislike, right? So, well, are they correct to dislike me? Why do they dislike me? If I don't even think about that, right? I just like, or are their critiques of me correct, you know? But I also probably irrationally assume that whatever strikes my fancy as an FE approach is going to be well received by everybody. Not being super aware of how FE, in some sense, like in an INFJ sense, you're understanding what's going to play well universally. But in every sense that you're actually interfacing with other people, your FE is going to be attending to the specific cues of what makes those other people happy, tick, what they like, what they don't like, etc. Their subjectivities. And so I think that's why ISFJs like to engage in more actual face-to-face interactions than INFJs do, probably.
Yeah.
No, I don't know what he means by child. I assume he means third slot, because third slot is kind of childish. Fourth slot's not really childish, exactly. Fourth slot is what you know you sacrifice to be who you are. Third slot is um, what you don't get well enough to know how bad you're at it. You are at it. You know. And second slot is what you use to do everything. So childlike is a good description for third and seventh, I think. Seventh is like retarded infant.
It turns me into a fucking crying mess. Yeah, like
but third slot's like more like a toddler, like I got that.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
That's not even C.S. Joseph terminology. That's common slot term, I think.
Oh, really?
But I'm not sure if I don't know the slot terms well enough to be sure to assert assertively that child is 3, but it should be 3 if it's not. So that's why I assumed he meant 3. If in fact child is not 3, then did you hear 3-6 Mafia from Tennessee? Never heard of them. No. The shame shivers can also take us by surprise. Sure, I think back on my social failures sometimes, and the cringe of it makes my face hurt. Well, I think that ultimately is what made me quit drinking. Is it embarrassing myself really badly, you know. I ultimately quit drinking the day after Christmas.
Oh my god, that's coming up.
Yeah. But I don't have to think back on those shame shivers very much, the drinking years, because it's kind of like what your first period of time in Alcoholics Anonymous is all about, is reconciling all the shit you did.
Yeah, it is. Fourth fourth is more like a 3-year-old child.
The thing about fourth is, I don't think it's correct to call it childlike. You understand that on some level that it's what you're sacrificing to be who you are. You also understand fundamentally that if you were to incorporate more of it, that you're better off ultimately. Like, I'm well served to be more like an ISFJ in my daily life because that incorporates more SI and helps counterbalance who I am. But it's important to remember that they're all ways of paying attention that we employ, sometimes in rapid succession with one another, potentially in conjunction with one another. I'm not really sure about the time mechanics like that.
I'm gonna go hang out with PP, but
Sure, you do your thing. I might go to bed here in a super long time. I'm feeling
okay.
pretty tired.
Can you let me know?
Oh yeah, sure.
Unless you think that I should go to bed.
You do your thing, Rachel. I don't have any opinion of what you should do. Okay? You're the only one thinking about these things.
Okay, so when you end the stream, then I'll go downstairs.
Sure,
Plan.
if you want to, sure. That's right.
Yes,
I know. I'm making it difficult for you to plan because I'm indefinite about when I'm going to do things. Right?
And I don't want to pressure you.
But I'm definitely going to go to bed tonight before like 11 or something. I'm tired as hell. Yeah. It's a long day, and I feel like I'm going to sleep well just based on the amount of FI that I experienced today. It always makes me just like crash hard.
Me too. Okay, so cool.
First it makes me horny, then it makes me crash.
Yeah.
Kind of makes me crash right away. Even it's like the FI this morning cut right through the Adderall like just a knife. And all of a sudden my whole body just felt like just all wobbly and weird from FI.
Well, that is very childlike, right? When children cry.
That's seventh slot. Though.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Seventh slot.
Yeah, and that's why I say childlike is appropriate for third and seventh. Mm-hmm. It's not really appropriate for any other slots.
No, because when children cry, they get like exhausted after, and they usually go to bed. A lot of times. Yeah.
Well, it's your emotional colon blow, you know. It takes it out of you just like any other kind of colon blow does.
Yeah. Okay, I'll meet you, Brad. I love you.
All right, love you too. Have a good night, Karma's Pimp. Merry Christmas to you too.
Merry Christmas, as well. Karma's Pimp.
I'm not much of a fan of rap groups in general, but it's not to say they can't be good. Certainly that one rap group that has that one song I like, at least. It's called Boogie is the song title. Brockhampton, that's the name of the band. I believe. Insane Clown Posse? I mean, not sure I agree with your favoring them with your praise, but I'm not going to favor them with mine. However, they are a rap group. That much is indisputable. I don't think it's an inherently ill-conceived concept. Like most non-rap boy bands, like you get 5 guys together, it's an inherently flawed concept at this point, I think. You can point to occasional successful applications or, I guess, examples of the concept. But by and large, I think it's a terrible concept. Inherently, Like, why do you need four guys dancing around and singing to sing a song? You don't need that, right? So each of the four or five guys in this group of people who are singing this song, sometimes it's like normally we have four people. It's like a barbershop quartet or something. Some of them are just singing, not words, just like ooh, ah, ooh, like that kind of stuff, right? But boy bands, they don't need those other boys in there. They just need really one boy to sing that song that they're singing. Maybe two boys at most. They don't need all five of them. So in rap, though, it makes sense to have more because then each of them you can take their best idea of their rapping from each of them and give them a few seconds to do it. It makes more sense inherently, conceptually. It would give a given track a better chance of avoiding mistakes if in the rapping element of the thing, possibly. So at least it's not an inherently flawed concept, is my point. Unlike singing boy bands, which I'm afraid is an inherently flawed concept. The overly emotional female, oi man, still doing his thing while separated. Yeah, I am still doing my thing. I'm a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. I'm looking for, not trying to find, okay? But close enough. I'm actually a fluidly transracial. Man-child. Trying to find his way through a complicated life like everybody else, really. But whose life really isn't that complicated. Feels a lot more complicated than it actually is, My cigarettes are in the garage. These are sort of complications I actually deal with. Difficult questions like, where did I leave my cigarettes? Are they out front or in the garage? The two spots they might be. I can tell you, I am really turning into a Weeble's wobble and soon they'll lie down. I feel like, oi, bread beckons. Bread beckons. It sounds like the name of a tennis player. But it's actually what my bed is doing to me right now. It's beckoning me with its long, sensuous, and even coquettish fingers. Come, Eric. Come lie down on me. You know you want to. You're right, Brad. I do want to lie down on you. I'm glad you're so into being laying down on. It's what I'm really most into. I love it when people lie down on me. Well, don't worry. Because that's exactly what I plan to do with you. I'm going to lie right down on you, Brad. Just lie right there, roll around, whatever. That's what I'm for. Roll around on me. Use me like a mattress. Okay, I will. That's right. Roll around on me. Use me like a mattress. Weird fetish. Some girl who I want you to roll around on her like she's a mattress. Tell me how sleepy this makes you. They like you're gonna go to sleep on me right now. Well, what I really am hoping for is one day somebody will actually find me so comfortable that they go to sleep on top of me. Nothing would make me count buckets more than that. Hopefully they're snoring a little bit, you know. He used me like a mattress. Okay. It's fine that my mattress had that fetish. I'm glad Rachel doesn't have that fetish. You wanted me to just pretend he was a mattress and try to go sleep on top of her. I'd be like, first of all, for a mattress, you're way too short. My legs are sticking off the edge of it. I insist you have a different fetish now besides your mattress fetish. Can't you have a regular fetish, like pretending you're a sheep or something? Bah. That'd be funny if every time we had sex, Rachel wanted to pretend to be a sheep. Bah. Oh I don't think I'd find it especially arousing, but I like the idea. Anyway. Dating app. So what are you into, like sexually? I want to pretend to be a sheep. And then I want you to pretend to shear me. Well, I say, bah. I have a little sheep costume I wear for this purpose, so. So get ready. Get ready, all right? And I want you to be like little Bo Peep who's lost her sheep. They have to get me back and shear me for my wool, for my luxurious, lovely wool. That's great. In the fetish community, it's called Lil Bo Peeping, or just peeping. You know, peeping used to mean like looking at things, but now it means pretending you're a sheep. Hey, girl, you want peep? So, you into peeping? Yeah, because I'm feeling a lot like I've lost my sheep, maybe. And I need to find them badly. Okay, this is the time. This is the time when I'm actually going to carry these dishes and stuff. The problem is you people. You people require a hand, too. Oh, only have two hands. How if it's a carrot, I'll just try to open the door at the same time. Anyway. There's 2 pieces of pizza left. Look at that. Oh, I gotta put the pizza down away. God damn it. I had the after party after I cleaned up and stuff. That part's boring. I don't even really love the regular part. But it'll be better if I just. I mean, you have to deal with it at some point. Might as well just deal with it now. Okay. What do I need to solve this problem? Very simple. I just need a little bit of plastic wrap. Put the rest of the dough in for later to use tomorrow or something. Probably the same thing. And then I'll just leave this in the can for tomorrow. You can't let this tomato paste in the can with the oven go for too long. But a night or two is fine. You basically have to throw away your tomato paste for like 2 days. But or move it to a different container. That's what they say. I don't know why they say that. So maybe that's changed. Maybe that's something old from the olden days that no longer applies. Seems like something I learned from my mom probably. If you have to move tomato paste out of its can if you want to keep it longer than 2 days. I don't know why I did that. So much of it's something I learned in childhood. I was like, I have no idea where that idea came from. With tomato paste, you can't leave it in this container. You have to put it into a different container. Why do I have that notion in my head? Where did it come from? I have no idea. Oh, that's tomato paste. Unfortunately, you can't leave that in the can. It's moved to a different container. Why? I don't know. It's just one of those laws of cooking that's in my head, I guess, for no reason. I'm sure you do not have to do that at all. And I don't even know why I think that. So don't listen to me when I say that, obviously. But I can't explain to you why you shouldn't listen to me. And that's true for everybody else. If they can't explain to you why, you shouldn't listen to them. And it doesn't mean they're wrong. It just means they're not somebody who's saying anything you can validate in any way, so you just have to not listen to them. They're not really saying anything, you know. They're just saying, I intuitively think, yeah. Or I intuit, yeah. Or I feel, yeah. They're saying words that normally would be used to communicate with this meaning, but that's not their purpose for using them. So you should listen to them and just be like, okay, well, they intuit meow or they feel meow. That's all they're saying. Because otherwise they'd have an explanation as to why. Why is the most important question in all of history? Why is the only question that really matters? Just like how is the only question that's important. Why answers, why opens up all possible answers. How opens up all possible solutions. Answers are more important than solutions. Solutions are always particularist. Explanations are universal, you know. So, more significant, they matter rather than just are important to people, individuals. Oh, um, well, I am really tired. I can really feel the effects of a long day. I'm getting to where I'm ready to probably watch some television, get ready for bed. Could put in another hour or so into that Korean monster show that I don't think is really going anywhere, but it still got me for several more hours at least before I toss it aside. It's still pretty good. It's gotten a little bit less monstery and a little bit more like soap opera-y, but it's pretty good. Sweet Home, it's called. I do like Korean stuff a lot usually. Not all genre of Korean TV, but yeah, I tend to like the science fiction stuff they do. Okay, so that'll call it a night then, and thank you all for being here. I love you all, and I wish you a very, very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.